Tabulation Center, and we are actually in our Ballot Tabulation Center, or sometimes referred to it as the BTC. And we're here today for the first of 3 separate logic and accuracy tests. This actually is the culmination of many, many weeks of work as we were building and designing the ballots, testing the ballots. We started doing pre-logic and accuracy tests early in June with the political parties here watching us as we ready all of our deployable equipment for all of the different voting locations that we'll have available for the primary election. So today is what we'll be doing a test of all of our central count equipment and a random sampling of some of our deployable equipment. Now, as I mentioned, this is the first of 3 tests today. This is the Secretary of State's logic and accuracy test. We imagine that this will take a few hours as they go through and test all of our equipment. We are completely blind to the results that they voted on their ballots. So we had to provide them all of our different ballot styles. They've then gone and filled out those ballot styles, and then they're gonna test our equipment to make sure it's been accurately programmed, and we'll count the ballots that we've prepared for this election accurately. They're also going to be testing our accessible voting devices. So we have over 500 candidates that are named on the ballot. I think 533 to be exact, plus 77 write-in candidates that are on Maricopa County's ballots. And they'll be testing to make sure that on those accessible voting devices, we have to have an audio version of them in both English and Spanish. And they'll be testing that we've programmed when they listen to the candidates' names and the contest name itself, that we've programmed those correctly as well. In addition to, when they complete that ballot on the accessible voting device, it'll print out a paper ballot that then needs to be included in results. So currently we have, in addition to the Secretary of State's team, and we have the state election director here, Lisa Mara. I'll interview her here in a little bit, just maybe get her perspective on, as she's gone throughout the state and done logic and accuracy tests in all the other counties, just to see how it's been going. But they're readying all of their ballots and preparing for their tests right now. So we have the Secretary of State staff. I think they brought 14 individuals with them to assist in their testing. We also have the political parties here joining us as well. So we have right now the county chairs for the Republican and Democratic parties. They're actually over here, over my shoulder. We'll go back here. And what they're doing right now is they have to verify that we don't have any results already loaded on our equipment. So we just right before this test started ran something called a 0 report. So that 0 report went through every single contest on the ballot, and it verifies that, again, there's no ballots been tabulated, there's no results within the system, so we're starting at 0. And then after they complete that 0 report review, they'll go to each one of our tabulators and verify that there's been no ballots counted on each of our tabulators. So that's the process that's currently being undertaken by the county chairs. And then after they've been able to complete that, we'll be able to start running those ballots that the Secretary of State brought for the logic and accuracy test. So it's going to be a little bit of some start and stopping, waiting for them to get completely settled before we can actually start running those ballots. We have our staff here that will be assisting. Currently, they're sort of standing out of the way of the Secretary of State staff as they can get ready to vote those ballots on those accessible voting devices. But as soon as they're ready to start tabulating the ballots on our equipment, it'll be our staff that are running those ballots. So after we get through the Secretary of State's test, which I believe will take a few hours here, maybe it'll end a little bit before noon, then we will do something we call the political party logic and accuracy test. And so then the county chairs, they will be able to, we give each of the county chairs that are in attendance today 12 ballots. They can then mark those 12 ballots. They're going to do a hand count of those ballots to make sure that they are comfortable with what those results are. Then we'll bring them down into our central count center. We'll run them on our central count equipment, our vote center tabulators. And so that'll take maybe about an hour-ish to do the political party test. And then probably just around after lunch, we'll begin the county logic and accuracy test. And so what's different between the Secretary of State and the county logic and accuracy test is the Secretary of State they're the filing officer for any contest that it's a federal contest, a statewide, or a legislative contest on the ballot. So they're focused on testing all of those contests. So that's this morning's test. The county will have to test every contest on the ballot. The ones for which the Secretary of State's the filing officer, the one for the county, right? If there's any county-wide offices, justice of the peace, constables, precinct committeemen will have to be the ones responsible for testing those. And then because we administer the elections for local cities and towns, we have to test those contests as well. So the afternoon logic and accuracy tests can be a little bit longer because we have so many more ballot styles that we have to include. I'll have over 20,000 ballots that we're actually running through our tabulators. And that can take, just to run the ballots, a little over an hour, and then to review all the results and have the political party, the county chairs, compare those. It can take a lot of time for them to review those results and make sure that they are matching. So it does look like they've just wrapped up reviewing the zero report. So now they're going to start looking at the zeros on all of our pieces of equipment. So that's what they're doing. Okay, all right, great. So this process that they're using to run the zeros, so they have to run that results tape, and they're verifying that every single contest on that ballot has no votes. And this is actually something that the poll workers do for every election. So when they open the polls on election morning, they have to do this and run a zeros tape as well to make sure that there's no votes when they're starting that, allowing voters to insert their ballots into these tabulators at the voting locations on election day. So you can see, so we will have 4 tabulators at every one of our vote centers. Those 4 tabulators the poll workers will have to run that zero report for each one of those 4 tabulators to make sure that there's no ballots on any one of them when they open the polls. So that's why we have those poll workers get there so early in the morning, around 5 o'clock or 5:15 before opening. Now they'll go through and make sure the entire voting location is set up, right, then at least the day before, right? So when they leave on that Monday, everything's ready to go, but they still have to go through and do this opening procedure on election day itself, and it can take a little bit of time. And so the Secretary of State, they will have to, so for Maricopa County, we have over, I think it's actually 10,586 unique ballot styles. Well, and what that means is, when you look at Maricopa County, we have 956 precincts in Maricopa County, but sometimes those precincts are split in half by maybe a city or town goes right through. And you have one city in one precinct, another city in another, or maybe it's a city ward, right? Some of our cities and towns in Maricopa County, they have multiple city districts. So it might be a city district that might split a precinct. Could be a school district, a water district, fire district. So that means we have 965 different precincts, but then when we have those different splits, that means additional ballot styles. Now, every voter does not get a serialized ballot style. each ballot that a voter votes is anonymous to them. But to the geographic, that smallest little sliver of a location in Maricopa County, all those voters that live within that small little sliver of that geographic boundary will have then the same ballot style, depending on if they are a Republican, Democrat, no labels, Libertarian, Green Party, a federal-only voter, or maybe even an independent voter. So one thing that's unique with the primary election is that independents, right, they're able to select their ballot of preference or their ballot, whether they want to vote a Republican, a Democratic, or no labels ballot style. But if there is a precinct committeeman, and I believe there's 33 different precincts that there were more than enough precinct committeemen running for seats that were available for them to file that ended up making the ballot. So in those ballot styles, that precinct, if a independent voter were to select that ballot style, whether it's Republican or Democrat, then they're not allowed to vote for precinct committeemen. So that means we have to create a whole new ballot style just for those ballots. So then if a Republican were to vote in that precinct, they would have then the Republican precinct committeeman contest available for them. Likewise, if there was a Democratic precinct committeeman, those Democrats voting in that precinct would have that contest available for them on their ballot. But for the independent voters, we would have to create an entirely new ballot style, has every other contest except the precinct committeeman contest. So that just, when you start looking at all those different variables, that's what adds up to those 10,586 different ballot styles that we'll have available for this election. But then we add one more layer. And that other layer is we create a unique ballot style for Election Day versus early voting versus provisional voting. They're essentially the same ballot style, slightly different timing marks on them, so that if someone had a provisional ballot and they voted a provisional ballot at the voting location, they're supposed to put that in an affidavit envelope. So then that can go be researched by the recorder's office to determine whether that provisional ballot should count or not. So, but we don't want a voter to be able to then take that provisional ballot, say, and not put it in the affidavit envelope and attempt to insert it into the tabulator. Our tabulators are programmed not to accept, our voting location tabulators are programmed not to accept those provisional ballots. And that'd be the same for early ballots. So there's a brand new law this year that's allowing voters with a mail-in ballot to bring it to the polls on Election Day. Well, they can come during early voting as well. And if they do it during early voting, they can check in and have that affidavit envelope stamped, ID verified. So it no longer has to go through signature verification. But those ballots during early voting will have to come back here to the Central Counting Center to be counted, just like all other early ballots do. Now, if it's on Election Day, those voters can check in, have that affidavit envelope, ID stamped, go over to a set of early ballot tabulators, and then the poll workers will assist them in opening up that affidavit envelope. The voter will remove their ballot from that affidavit envelope, and then they'll be able to insert that into a tabulator on site on Election Day. So those tabulators are programmed just to accept early ballots, not Election Day ballots. And then for the other Election Day voters that don't bring in their mail-in ballot, maybe they're not signed up on the active early voting list to get a mail-in ballot. So they're checking in, having a ballot printed on site that they will then vote in one of the voting booths. So those voters will have Election Day tabulators available to them to be able to insert their Election Day ballot. And those tabulators will be programmed not to accept early ballots. And that's how we're going to ensure that we can then reconcile at the end of the night. So in those days after, well, starting on election night, but in those days after Election Day, we start doing reconciliations, comparing the number of voters that checked in at each voting location to the number of ballots that were tabulated. And then if for some reason there is a variance between those two, researching and try to figuring out what may have caused that variance. For the vast majority of voting locations, they match perfectly. Every once in a while, there could be a small variance. Sometimes it's because a voter checks in at a voting location. Maybe they left their glasses at home, right? And then, so they checked in, they got a ballot issued with them, and then they failed to back their check-in out. So there's a registered check-in, but that voter didn't end up voting their ballot. So then we'd have one more check-in for the number of ballots that are in the tabulators. Other times, right, maybe if there were a jam in our tabulators and a voter's inserting their ballot into the tabulator, it jams, well, the screen on the tabulator will tell the poll worker and the voter, oh, this ballot was counted or it wasn't counted. So if it was counted, then the poll worker is supposed to then clear the jam, drop the ballot into the ballot box. But sometimes they may make a mistake, right? We're all humans. And if they, instead of dropping it in the ballot box, they hand it back to the voter and the voter inserts it into the tabulator again, well, then that ballot was counted twice. So that reconciliation process will help us identify those situations. And then we'll need to back out the results that were reported on election night and then run those ballots here with the political parties present to make sure we have that perfect reconciliation. Right, so they are, because they verified the zeros on the first two tabulators, the Secretary of State is able to start running the ballots. So this is the first step of actual ballots, primary election ballots, test ballots that are being run into our tabulators. So we have 8 vote center tabulators here lined up. This is for 2 voting locations because we will send 4 tabulators out to every voting location. We do that in part for redundancy. Let's say one of our tabulators went down at a voting location. Its battery failed or whatever it was. We want to have 2 available at every voting location. We also test some spares that if we need to redeploy a backup tabulator, we can as well. But we deploy out into the field at our voting locations redundancies. And in elections, having plan A, plan B, and even plan C, and sometimes plan D is very valuable to the process. And so having these multiple tabulators on site are part of our plan B, right? If for some reason, maybe there was the voting location entirely lost power, right? And then the batteries went out during the day at our tabulators and we weren't, because there is no power at the voting location. We still then we can deploy a generator out to a voting location, right? That would be plan C. But while we're deploying that generator, we don't want to have the voters sit around and wait. So then they can actually, if they don't want to sit around and wait, they can put their ballot into either, depending on the tabulator or the ballot box, a different door. It's a valid legal way to drop off your ballot, but it's another backup. So then you're talking about plan D, right? So we just have many, many, many different redundancies to make sure that voting operations on election day or even during in-person early voting can go smoothly. So these tabulators, sometimes I'll get a question that asks, well, do I have to put my ballot in any particular way? And the answer, well, yes, you can't put it in sideways. But you can put your ballot in head first, feet first, face up, face down. Any one of those ways will be accepted by our vote center tabulators. So the one thing that we also program our equipment is, and the Secretary of State will test this, we'll test this as part of our logic and accuracy test, it can only be a ballot from this election, right? We have to program this equipment to reject any other election ballot. So we just had a major jurisdictional election. Those major jurisdictional elections, those ballots that we created for those elections will not be accepted. The primary election from 2 years ago, if someone brought in their primary ballot from 2 years ago and they attempted to insert it, it would reject that ballot. Similarly, let's say there was another state that was having a primary election on the exact same day as Arizona, and they were using the same type of voting equipment. Those election ballots that they created for their primary election won't be accepted by these tabulators, right? Because we programmed them to only accept election ballots for this election in which were programmed and developed within this room in our ballot tabulation center. I think let's maybe make a short journey over to the accessible voting equipment. And so the accessible voting equipment, it is a touchscreen device that is, we have at least one of these in every single one of our voting locations available for voters that may have a disability. And that's what they're voting here. And what the accessible voting device allows a voter that, again, may have a disability to be able to vote autonomously, to vote without having to have the assistance. Now, a voter can always bring in someone to assist them if they choose, but this will allow them to vote their ballot if they choose to do it autonomously. So there's a few variety of different ways. So one is they can actually just use the touchscreen, right? And the touchscreen will actually make the ballot much larger. You can change the language to be English or Spanish. You can change the screen to be white text on a black background, black text on a white background, or these sort of grayish colors. Lots of different varieties, so that's using the touchscreen. You can also progress through something like this using this device. This is called an ATI, Audio Tactical Device. It looks like a video game controller, right? But that would allow someone to be able to progress through the ballot using these little arrows and other types of things to make their selections. Another thing that they can use is they can use audio. So there'd be headphones that allows them to listen to the ballot, again, in both English and Spanish. And that's one of the things that they're having to do. You'll see some of them have headphones on. So they've phonetically, the Secretary of State has phonetically told the counties how each ballot should be programmed and how to pronounce the names of all the candidates in both English and Spanish. And so they're going through and testing to make sure that we've correctly, the phonetically way, correct way, program these to pronounce the candidate's name correctly, and that we're doing it amongst all different, the same way for all different counties in Arizona. So that's another way. So a voter can listen, right, and they can then use that audio tactical device. Or let's say a voter doesn't have the use of their hands and arms. Then they can bring in their own, something called a sip and puff device, and then they can connect it into the accessible voting device and then vote their ballot using that device, that sip and puff device that they own. So this provides a lot of different ways and options for voters to be able to vote their ballots. And I think I mentioned this before, but it's worth mentioning again. Once they end up voting their ballot, they actually print out a paper ballot then that they can review all the contests on. And then that paper ballot on election day can go into a tabulator and be tabulated on site that day. If it's not on election day, if it's during early voting, it would go into an affidavit envelope. Right, the voter would sign that affidavit envelope, and then it would come here to our central counting facility to be counted under our central count equipment. So, so the county chairs have finished reviewing the zeros for the vote center tabulators. Those were the small ones that we were looking at earlier. And now they're verifying the zeros on the central county equipment. So for this election, we have 7 high-speed tabulators. We call them our high pros for short. We have 7 that we'll be using. So they're verifying the numbers on those 7 high pros. And then we have 4 cannons that we'll be using as well. And the cannons are these smaller tabulators right here. They're also central county equipment. They're just not quite as fast as our high-speed tabulators. Our high-speed tabulators, they can run about 8,000 ballots per hour through each one of those tabulators. Now, when I say that, my tabulation team sometimes roll their eyes at me and saying, that's a little bit overstated how quick they are. And the reason that's overstated is because when they are tabulating ballots, they are filling out paperwork and logs, right? So they can maintain the chain of custody over those ballots. Who was tabulating? Who was using the machine? Do the amount in each batch match the amount in the batch of ballots that were processed by our human processing boards that removed the ballots from the affidavit envelope? So they're completing that paperwork. And that paperwork ends up then slowing us down by about half. So instead of 8,000 ballots per hour, we can do about 4,000 per hour per high speed. And then our cannons are about half that. So we can get about 2,000 ballots per hour using our cannons. So when we have everything running, and for the general election, we'll have actually 8 high-speed tabulators. We have 5 of these smaller cannons that we can use. And that really allows us to really be efficient in how quickly we can count the ballots. These are rarely a reason for a bottleneck. Other ancillary processes, that those can sometimes be the bottleneck. It's when voters are returning those mail-in ballots and they're coming back in an affidavit envelope and they have to go to the recorder's office for signature verification. Then they have to go to transfer from the recorder's office to the elections department for pre-tabulation processing, which is the removal of the ballot from that affidavit envelope. Those are done by human processing boards. Sometimes those can be a little bit of a bottleneck. And at the very, very end, and something that we'll end up reviewing here today that has to be tested as part of the logic and accuracy test, is something called electronic adjudication. And that's when a voter, maybe they voted for a write-in candidate, where our equipment can't read write-in handwriting on ballots, right? They can see that there's a oval filled in right next to a vote for a write-in candidate, but they can't, the tabulators can't say, oh, that's a vote for X candidate, or that's a vote for, say, Mickey Mouse or Donald Duck, right? So then we'll have a bipartisan, has to be a Republican and a Democrat, working together to review if there is a vote for a write-in, being able to tally those votes for write-ins electronically. There's other situations, sometimes if it's a vote for one. So maybe there's multiple candidates on the ballot, but you're only allowed to select one of those. But sometimes voters maybe fill in a couple ovals for that contest. Well, if they've corrected their vote and we can tell that intent, we're required by federal and state law to be able to award that vote. However, again, if both ovals are filled in, our equipment won't be able to determine that vote's been corrected. So that goes to that bipartisan board, that Republican and Democrat, to review to say, oh, is this a true overvote? There's just 2 ovals filled in? Or did the voter end up correcting their vote? There's a few other situations that will go to electronic adjudication, and we'll show you those when the Secretary of State actually starts doing the tests related to those. So it does look like we've confirmed that we did start with zeros. So the county chairs are done with their review of the 0 reports. So now they're just waiting for the Secretary of State to finish voting on the accessible voting devices, because those ballots that get printed have to be included in the test. And then we'll be able to start our central county equipment. And right now, the Secretary of State and the state election director are here, and they are, well, the Secretary of State's not here. He's on the ballot, so he doesn't usually attend the logic and accuracy tests when he is on the ballot. But he then has the state election director then run the tests at all the different counties. And they've been flying around the state. So they started their logic and accuracy testing last week, flying to all the different counties to do that logic and accuracy test. And typically Maricopa County is last on the list. But this year they actually have Santa Cruz County. I believe it's Santa Cruz County that still has to have their logic and accuracy test. And they're gonna do theirs after us. So as soon as they're finished here, they're gonna have to catch a flight. They've got a plane that they can use, a state-owned plane, and they're gonna fly all the way down. I don't know if there's an airport in Santa Cruz County. They might have to fly to Cochise County and then drive into Santa Cruz County so they can do that final logic and accuracy test for today. And that will be with 1 day to spare. The reason we have to get it done on today or tomorrow is because ballots will mail on Wednesday of this week. So June 24th is when early voting starts for the July 21st primary election. And we will then be deploying this accessible voting devices to any early voting locations that are open. And the recorder's office is going to be opening 16 early voting locations on Wednesday. And so all the equipment has to be tested. Also, the ballots have to be confirmed that they're going to properly run and be counted on our tabulation equipment. So before they can mail ballots, we've got to complete and finish this logic and accuracy test. And I'm just so incredibly grateful that the chairs for the political parties come down and spend this entire day. The amount of work that they have to put into being a county chair is enormous, and it's completely volunteer, right? They are not paid for the role they play, but you probably can't believe the amount of work and effort that goes into being a county chair. All the things that I need from them, I work with them to get lists of individuals to work at the voting locations. They've got to go out and recruit observers to be in our central counting facility as we're doing our counting. They come to these types of meetings. After election day, we have to draw the batches of ballots that their observers had selected for the hand count. Right, and so they'll be here on that Wednesday after Election Day drawing those ballots for the hand count, and then they'll be here on the weekend after Election Day with all of their appointees to be performing a random sample of those ballots that were tabulated by Maricopa County. So it's an enormous amount of work, and they're going to be here all day with us as we do the logic and accuracy test today. So in addition to this live stream, one of the other things that we have as a security measure at our central counting facility is live video streams. So you can actually log on to maricopa.vote. You can then go to our live video streams drop-down menu, and you can see us via our live streams and our cameras as we do our work in here. Now, you won't have me explaining every moment of the day what's going on, but you can watch us 365 days a year, 24 hours a day. You can log in and see what's happening within our ballot tabulation center. Now, state law only requires that we have a live stream of our ballot tabulation center when we are counting the ballots and only the ballots where there's a federal, statewide, or legislative contest on the ballot. But we really lean into transparency. We view that this building, right, is the citizens of Maricopa County, right, the residents that are paying taxes, that want to that have a vested interest in ensuring that our elections are administered free and fair. And if they want to log in and watch us do our work, they're able to, right, watch us as we're counting those ballots. Or if we've finished for the day and we've gone home and they want to watch to see what's happening in the voting location once we've gone home, they can watch us as we don't do our work, late into the night, some of those days of early voting. But on election night, when we're here around the clock and pretty much those days afterwards, late into the evening doing that work, any voter in Maricopa County that's interested can log on to those live stream video cameras and watch us do that work. So it does look like they've finished voting on the vote center tabulators. So what they will be doing is they will be running results reports, right? And they'll be using those results reports as they go and aggregate and combine all the results for this election to make sure that they match. It looks like we're wrapping up our vote center tabulators. Now we're going to start on our central count tabulators.
Go ahead, begin when ready.
Christine.
Yeah, so it's one of the small packets. Yeah, you're gonna put your hand in between. When it pulls, you want to make sure it drops. You have to kind of pull it back out so it doesn't drop.
Oh, all right.
Because it thinks it's just having a small packet.
So you can see how long these results reports. So for the primary election, because we have to run a results tape for every single contest on the ballot, it ends up being an enormously long results tally tape. So if you come behind me, you can see here's the tape that will be printed. Well, first there'll be the zero report that gets printed at the voting location. Poll workers have to print 2 copies of those. Also, then they have to, at the end of the night, on election night, they have to then sign the zero report, and then also sign the results tally report at the end of the night and print 2 copies of those as well, right, for each of the different tabulators. So in a primary election, it is possible for the poll workers to run out of tape. And you can start to see that this results tally sheet is starting to run low on paper. That's an indicator by this color strip here. So the poll workers are actually trained. They'll have to, on election day, when we send these out, there will be seals that'll be on this door here. A tamper evidence seal that gets logged on something called the precinct ballot report. And then if for whatever reason during the day they run out of this results tally tape paper, they can replace it, add a new roll. All the poll workers are provided with new rolls. They can replace it, reaffix the seal, right, and then be able to continue on with the printing of their second results tally tape. This is something that for most voting locations in a primary election, poll workers will be required to replace the tally results tape throughout the day when they're finishing up running those results tally sheets at the end of the night on election day. So it does look like they're wrapping up most of the central count. You can see the batch of ballots is about the same for our cannons. And you can see how much slower our cannons are than our central count. Let me grab. This does look like maybe our last tabulator. So one thing that you can see here with these ballots is this batch header card. So this is something that is we've newly implemented for the 2026 election cycle, and that's going to assign a batch number to each batch of ballots. And this is incredibly valuable if we were to have a recount. And when we do a recount, we have to really pretty much run all the batches of ballots. In a general election, that could be 10,000 different batches of ballots, or over 10,000 different batches of ballots. And when we rerun them, we have to reprogram the system to only recount the specific contests that are eligible for a recount. So as we're running those batches, the EMS system, the election management system, will assign a new batch number. And so when we are reconciling between the original count and the recount, if they have new batch numbers, it makes it more difficult to do that reconciliation. So because we have now these batch header cards that will assign the batch number, that means we will have now the exact same batch number as the original count as we do for the recount, which will make reconciling during the recount much, much easier for us to do. there's one more batch on this tabulator. It still needs to run. So I'm going to do something that Miss Lisa Mara, our state election director, might be a little annoyed with me. But hello, Miss Lisa Mara. So I'm going to interview you real quickly. So you've had a incredibly long week, or this is the start of election officials do work long hours pretty much year round, right? But for you all, this has been an incredibly long last week because you had to go out to, they will have to visit 15 different counties. You fly on a small little plane, right?
It's monsoon season, right? So we're in weather storms and rain and lots of challenges.
Yeah, so I saw an email come through that you were trying to, I think, go from, was it Navajo County into Gila County, and you're facing headwinds, or which county were you going to?
Was the first day, and the summer afternoon monsoons on that Monday were a little troubling, but we've got really great pilots at the state, so that's great. Unfortunately, we had a plane issue on Wednesday. And when the plane's grounded, that's a safety issue, and so nobody's going to complain about that. But we still had 3 counties scheduled that day, Graham, Greenlee, and Cochise. So we got in the car and we drove. So because there's road construction on 60 by Globe, we had to take a detour, which added another hour. So we did 2 counties that day, Graham and Greenlee, in a 13-hour day of driving. We couldn't get to Cochise because we just ran out of daylight time. So we picked it up on Friday.
And then usually, and I mentioned this earlier, usually Maricopa County is the very last county to do its logic and accuracy tests, but not so.
Not this time. We're going to go back to Santa Cruz this afternoon and do a retest there just to make sure everything's good, because whenever you change anything in a program, it requires a retest. And although no one likes that and it takes more time and, it's a little stressful on top of everything else, but it matters and it's important to make sure we have those tests done. And they're done where the public can attend during business hours for the most part.
So what's been your favorite memory of the last week, or is it all blur? Or do you have any favorite memory?
Let's see. I think just really the general hospitality at each and every county. And for the counties where we happen to end up at lunchtime that provide lunch and food, but every single county provides snacks and water, and it's just such a tight time frame to get these done. So I think just being able to see the people in the counties we don't get to see, and then some new facilities. Yuma moved into their new facility, and a couple have remodeled. So that's exciting to see that they've increased space, because as you know, here at McTech, it takes a lot of space to do an election.
And in 2027, Maricopa County is scheduled to have our brand new facility. So for the 2028 election. So can't wait for you to come back in those years.
Right now, I see it every day, driving by, under construction.
So, and then also one of the other things, and I mentioned them before, but the observers, they're so much more invested than what they used to be in coming to these types of events. So we've got observers here, I imagine, at pretty much most of the counties.
Every single county, we've had political party observers who do serve such an important role. And, they don't get paid. They do this for free, and this, elections is just one thing they volunteer in. They're all doing other things too, and so I'm always grateful that they take the time. They ask really good questions. They learn the process so that they can explain it to people, and actually seeing what we're doing makes all the difference. We don't have as many people from the public attend, although it is a public test. They're welcome. You're lucky because you do live stream. Several counties do live stream. Nobody does interviews like you though, Scott. Nobody does interviews like Scott. But it's so important to have the public, and you have all the public tours. Every county will do that. So I'm just going to say, as a plug, if you haven't taken advantage of your tours, people should really consider doing that.
Yeah, well, thank you for that plug. Yeah, we implemented something called Tour Tuesday, right? And it aligns with Election Day, right, which are on Tuesdays in Arizona. And so if you want to sign up for a tour, come see us on a Tuesday. Now, we will be locked down after this test. We won't be providing any more tours until we get through the primary election. Hopefully no recounts, but we'll be ready if there are recounts to be able to conduct those recounts and then open up the facility again for a short window between the primary and the general election, so then we can accommodate those tours, get members of our community in to see the nuts and bolts of how elections work. Well, Lisa, I want to thank you for allowing me to interview you. I know you're busy. You've got a lot to still do for this logic and accuracy test.
We're
but
almost on the downside. We just ran so we've tested all your election day tabulators that you'll have at your vote centers, and we just ran the batch of the accessible voting devices. So we've got all your central count tabulated, so we'll move on to the write-in and voter intent adjudication. And then we'll total some ballots, print some results, and we'll give the party people something to do over there while they're waiting patiently watching the testing.
Awesome. Well, thank you, Lisa. And with that, we can go and see the electronic adjudication process. So, okay. So we've got some accessible ballots still being tabulated, and those go and are tabulated on our election day tabulators as part of this test. They can be run on our central count tabulators as well. But since the vast majority of voters that vote on an accessible voting device vote on election day, and vote and then end up inserting that ballot into a tabulator on election day, that's where they've chosen to run those ballots. We do test and have some accessible voting device in our county tests on our central count equipment as well. So we're about to get ready to start the electronic adjudication piece, which is the voter intent, the write-in and the voter intent tallying. And I'm not sure, are we going to use this camera or should I go to one of the other stationary? We'll have two. Okay. I'm going to walk over to the other stationary camera while you all mosey on over there with this one. All right. I'll see you all there in a second. So this is one of the last steps in the entire process, and it's called electronic adjudication. Now, not every single ballot has to come to be reviewed by an electronic adjudication board, but if there is a ballot that has any write-in votes, as I mentioned earlier, situations where maybe a voter overvoted a contest, so if there is a vote for one, there's multiple candidates on the ballot, but you're only allowed to vote for one of them, and a voter fills in more ovals in that contest than which is allowed, that will come to an electronic adjudication board to verify, is it truly an overvote, or is it a situation where maybe the voter corrected their vote. Other situations that sometimes arrive here for an electronic adjudication board to review is a situation like ambiguous marks. So maybe a voter, instead of filling in the ovals, they choose to vote with check marks, and they only fill in a small little portion of the oval. Well, the oval might not be filled in sufficiently for the equipment to determine is that truly a vote or not. So the equipment will identify all those situations and bring those to an electronic adjudication board to review if they are, again, tiny little small marks. Because sometimes voters, they vote and they fill in an oval. And then maybe they're thinking about which candidate they want to vote for, and they put their pen down and they have a pen rest, and it's just a small little dot in oval, and it's not truly they weren't intending to vote for that. So the boards here are trained on how to consistently determine voter intent. Other types of situations are maybe a voter, instead of filling in the oval or using a check mark, they circle all the ovals, right? And then that would end up being a completely blank ballot. So we send all completely blank ballots to the electronic adjudication board, because if a voter consistently marks their ballot using circles around the ovals, well, that's a pretty consistent voting pattern, and the electronic adjudication board would be able to determine a voter's intent in that situation. But our tabulators wouldn't read that because it's not marked within the oval, right, which is the target area. It's marked outside of the oval. So that would need to be reviewed by an electronic adjudication board. So per state statute and the Elections Procedures Manual, if a county uses electronic adjudication for voter intent situations and or write-in tallying, then it needs to be included in the logic and accuracy tests. And they need to test that it will accurately be able to tally those results. So we're just waiting on them to finish running the accessible voting device ballots through that one vote center tabulator. And then once that's done, then all these ballots that the Secretary of State has decided that they wanted to test as part of the logic and accuracy test, they'll go to electronic adjudication and we'll be able to test those. And then here, this is all set up for reviewing the results afterwards. So this is where the county chairs will have their biggest workload for them is to read the results reports. Looks like they're moseying on over.
Moseying over. Okay.
So once they run so each of our vote center tabulators have encrypted memory cards within them. And on election night, the poll workers will bring those back. They have to put them in a secure little case to keep it so it won't get damaged. They put it in a results pack that then gets affixed with a tamper evidence seal. And then they come in and we read in the results from the voting locations into the election management server. And so that's what they'll have to do right now is they'll have to take one of those memory cards and run them into our election management system to get those results, because there may be some write-in votes that are at the voting location. There isn't any situations where there would be overvotes, there would be ambiguous marks, there would be blank ballots at the vote center. Those may occur, but the voter is notified as they insert their ballot into the precinct-based tabulator. The precinct-based tabulator will say, this is a completely blank ballot, and give then the voter the opportunity to resolve that on the spot. Now, sometimes voters do come in and check in, and they don't want to vote for anything. They look at their ballot and they're not really interested, but they want to have that record counted, and they do insert a completely blank ballot into a vote center tabulator. That does happen. Sometimes voters return a completely blank ballot through the mail to us. That does happen. We still have to tally that. But the precinct-based tabulator will alert the voter, this is a completely blank ballot. Or you overvoted this contest on the ballot. Did you intend to overvote that? And if they did not intend to, they can correct it. They can put it in door 3. They can go and cancel their check-in, spoil that ballot, get a new ballot issued to them. So all of those get resolved at the voting location. What won't get resolved at the voting location is the tallying of the write-in votes. So even those election day ballots do have to come to this electronic adjudication process if there ends up being a write-in vote on those ballots. So that's why they're having to read in those memory cards before we can start the electronic adjudication process. Oh, okay, it's started now. So the electronic adjudication app is now sending ballots to the electronic adjudication board for them to review. Again, what they're reviewing is for write-ins, overvotes, ambiguous marks, completely blank ballots, all of those types of things, which I had just described a little earlier what each of those are. And so during an election, so this system will create an audit mark. So what ends up happening is it will record, well, it takes an image of how the ballot was ran through the tabulator, front and back. And if there's multiple pages, then the front and back of those multiple pages. And then I'll create a list of how every single vote was counted, the time and date it ran through the tabulator. And then if it had to go to adjudication, it will then take another audit mark and says, how did every contest, how was it voted after electronic adjudication? So it won't erase the first audit mark. It keeps it as the audit trail. It will add a new audit mark. Also, during an actual election, we'll have each one of these electronic adjudication boards filling out a paper log, a paper record of every single action that they take. Because at the very end of their shift, we'll print out a digital log of every action that they did take, and they have to reconcile their handwritten log to that digital log before we accept any adjudicated results into adjudication. So they're confirming that they did take every one of those actions. And all of this is available for the observers to be able to watch as they do their work. Looks like they're about wrapping up because some of the screens are going blank. So it might only be a handful of ballots left to adjudicate. Hello, Chairman.
You ready?
Yes.
You haven't finished the last one yet, have you?
No.
This is crazy.
Yeah, well, we did put,
How many jurisdictionals did you do this year?
well, you're on camera and you're interviewing me, and so I was asked how many jurisdictional elections have we done this year, and we did have a Tempe jurisdictional in March, and then in May we had a Tempe, Guadalupe, and then a small little fire district in the far northeastern corner of Maricopa County. It's actually a really large precinct and swath of land, but very, very few voters.
Yeah.
So 3 elections in May, 1 in March, and now we're rolling right into the July primary, where we have 22 cities and towns that are actually going to be on our ballot, right? So each one of those is really its own election, right? I think one of those, the city of Chandler, in addition to having some candidates on the ballot, they're also going to have a question that they're proposing to voters for the primary election. Yep. So yeah, it'll be a busy summer, and then we'll hopefully wrap up the July primary pretty quickly, and then head right into the big one, the November general election. Yep.
We're out canvassing, and it's surprising how many people don't realize the primary's coming up. They go, well, election's in November, right?
Yeah. Yeah, and so I'm projecting about 35% turnout for this primary election, and that would be near record.
Really, is that
So if you go all the way back into the 50s, 40s and 50s, you do get some primaries that exceed 35% turnout. But really, since sort of the modern era,
It became easy.
yeah, it's about 35%. We do expect the general election to be somewhere in the 65% range, which is a little less than a presidential general. The gubernatorial, the statewide contests do run a little bit lower turnout, so 65%. All right, well, thank you, Chairman.
Take care.
I think I'm going to sort of make my way this way so we can get out of the pathway of when they have the results hot off the presses and the county chairs come here to review them.
Have you guys take a seat at this table here? This is where we'll read results. Yeah, where you are.
And this is actually one of the longest steps in the process because the results report is very voluminous because we have so many contests on the ballot.
Look how nicely they laid them out. Their way. Yeah, we will need those for our test. We do numbers on each device before the test. So we don't do that inside the test. We have the shortened results, so 79 pages. Nice and short. As opposed to the 132 for our county results. So we'll be just reading results for the federal and state candidates. Okay. Because that's all done at Secretary of State. Yeah. It takes a while for the results to compile for the primary election. It was nice all like last year and beginning of this year. Like, God, it's so fast to get results. Yeah. First time we did it during the practice test or their stress testing. So long, so I hit the wrong button.
So my deputy election director is just explaining to the political party observers the amount of time it takes to generate those results reports. Does take a little bit longer because the primary has so many different contests. when we're doing these logic and accuracy tests for the jurisdictional elections earlier this year and then all the way through 2025, those results reports would almost generate instantaneously after we asked the election management system to create them. This one, there's just so many more contests. It just takes them a little while to aggregate all the votes, but it's still fairly quick. So the state election director, Lisa Mara, just said the results are printing.
And I don't know who's done more LNAs over the years, me or Craig. Patty's been at quite a few. So we just had an election official who is retiring out of Mojave County. He's been an election official for 29 years. And he just finished up his 100th LNA, state and federal. He didn't count the local ones for just state and federal. That's a
Which
lot.
is why he stayed through the LNA, retiring tomorrow, right?
Yeah. I think July 4th. But,
Yeah.
so yeah. Yeah.
Should definitely get some happening. Then you do a couple of me at the ad secretary's office, definitely serves hazard.
Boy, are you not kidding? I was an election official, Christine. We sort of
Switched
We
roles.
did switch roles in the beginning. She was deputy, and then I was deputy, and then she came here, and then I became state director, and so, yeah. But having that really, it's so invaluable to have that
The state
experience that you
experience
had.
from the county.
Yeah, or vice versa. I don't know how, because usually it's been an attorney, and I don't want to say just an attorney, but they haven't had the boots on the ground election experience running an election, and it makes all the difference in the world to know what each county goes through. And we were talking when we were doing a little interview, we had something, Yuma moved into a new facility, so Pima has Canal has a brand new facility, Coconino, now Yuma, you're gonna get yours. Some had done, some remodeling because they just have like closets and then they have to open the closet, so it's really piecemeal. So it's so different all across the state how much you will have to work with. So when do you move into?
Next year, before the November jurisdiction, if everything goes according to plan, which construction never falls behind, right? We're gonna, hopefully next year before the November jurisdictional, not then before the presidential preference election in 2028.
But it's
Scott is, I can't say this in front of Scott, but we'll be fine. We'll be fine with presidential preference. But let it move in before the November jurisdictional.
Okay, the results. Yeah. So Renata's got the sealed results that they're going to use to compare.
What? Because there's your Maricopa results. There's our sealed results. And you know the sealed results. Should we just read the total numbers?
Correct.
We
We
got-
compare them to these sealed results.
So you're gonna have them break the seal? Okay. Or do we need to?
Right, so they're breaking the seal now.
This is really serious.
Can they see? Can it? Okay. All right.
What's the final?
Yeah.
You want just the total?
That is a serious seal, it's good.
Going through each one, I thought.
It would depend on what, because we just have the little tabulators that we have to use. We don't have the EMS, so we might not have all the figures, all the party breakdown figures. So we'll have the actual results.
Just total.
And then the write-ins, yeah. And then we shorten the report, so it's just the state and federal candidates. The actual result report is at least twice that size.
We shortened ours too.
I just want to report this was really sealed.
And signed across there, like in the old days, so you know if it was open.
Thank you.
We have rulers.
Mm.
So this is every.
So, yeah.
It's gonna be everything.
And the first thing you're gonna wanna do is your total ballots cast.
I can point that out
So
on our.
that's gonna be, yeah, make sure that.
So they're going to go through and compare. So the Secretary of State
So that's the
in addition to getting a copy of all of our ballots, we had to provide them one of our precinct-based tabulators that was programmed to count every single ballot style, so then they could create their results report. So that's what they did. And now they're comparing the one that we just generated. Now, the Secretary of State does not have an election management system. So their summary results report does not look like our summary results report. So they're explaining those differences for the county chairs.
Yeah. I didn't know if it had over and unders there, but yeah, you do the candidates.
Okay. All right, so,
Not like we haven't done this before.
Mm.
You can go
you
last.
gotta get your feet on the ground, right? Gallup, Gallup,
Yeah.
15,
Okay.
McCartney, 9, Shaw, 21,
Yeah.
Treble, 8, write-in, 0, total 53.
So they'll have to do this review for each of the contests for which the Secretary of State is the filing officer. So this ends up being a 77-page report, and there are hundreds of contests to review. So
That's all right, 22, write-in, 0, total 22. CD4,
and the reason hundreds is every single legislative district that overlaps Maricopa County. So the state of Arizona has 30 legislative districts. 22 of those 30 overlap Maricopa County. And then we have to do that for each of the parties. So the Republican, Democrat, no labels, Green, Libertarian. Then we have to do that for the so 22 times 5, that's over 100. Then we have to do that. So that'd be for the state representative. Then the state Senate, again, it's 5 times 22. So there's another over 100. And then we have all the congressional districts that overlap Maricopa County by 5 for each of the parties. And then we have that for all of the statewide contests. So that's governor and attorney general and secretary of state and the state mine inspector and the treasurer and the superintendent of public administration. All those contests, again, times 5. So it really adds up to a lot of contests that they need to review.
District 2, Senator.
Okay. Wait, isn't there two Governor.
Sorry about that. Governor, Hobbs, 233, write-in, 0, total 33.
Okay, so we just go ahead. So we just finished the Democratic Party. So one party down. We still have the results for the Republican Party, then the No Labels Party, and the Libertarian and the Green Party. So several more results pages to go through. So that was the amount of time it took just to get through for the Democrats. So far, everything has reconciled. Just wanted to provide you an update of where we were with the process of the review of the results and comparison. So, all right, I'll let you go back to watching. I probably won't interrupt between each party. Just wanted you to sort of see and gauge how much time this would take as they finish up the review of the results. All right, thanks.
See that at this point, Greg. I think this may be the longest primary ballot we've ever had. We've had 5 parties. We've had 4.
Okay, so the Secretary of State's logic and accuracy test is complete, and we just passed. So that is the first of 3 logic and accuracy tests. So we are going to go ahead after we finish signing the certificates. Pause for a short little while we ready. So we'll have to back out results, and then the county chairs and their observers will have to go up and fill out the ballots for the political party test. And once they're done with that, we'll reconvene. I think we're Christine, when do you think we're going to reconvene for the political party test? 30 and 45 minutes we'll be back for the political party test. So we're going to go ahead and pause. You're welcome to hang with us on watching the elevator music, but otherwise we'll return in about 45 minutes. All right, thank you. Bye. Hello, Sergio. Tell me when you can hear me. All right, so we are back for the political party logic and accuracy test. So this test actually originated from some requests from the political parties. They wanted to be able to mark some ballots and then have those ballots go through the tabulation equipment, and then for them to be able to make sure that the ballots that they marked were tallied accurately by the equipment. And so that's what they've done. So we had 2 county chairs that were here. Each of them in the political parties, they're each able to vote 12 ballots. And then they voted a handful of contests. And they are allowed to vote those ballots in any way. They can vote them correctly, like filling in the ovals completely. They can do ambiguous marks. They can vote a blank ballot. They can correct a vote, all of those types of things. And then they can see how they will interact with each of our pieces of equipment. So they were given, again, I said 12 total ballots. So 4 election day ballots, which will be run on the election day machines, 4 early ballots that will be run on our early ballot tabulation machines, and then 4 additional ballots that will be run on our central counting equipment. So they're currently, so what they were able to do is take those ballots, vote any of the contests that they wanted on those, and then they've picked the machines in which they wanted those ballots tabulated. And so for those machines that they wanted, we're verifying the zeros on. And that's what's happening right now, just as you saw earlier in the day. And so as soon as they've finished verifying the zeros, then we'll run the ballots, and then we'll aggregate all those results, and we'll have to go through a results report just like we did before. The difference here is there's much fewer contests that are voted. So that review of that results report will go much quicker for this political party LNA than it did for the Secretary of State's LNA. So that's the good news. The next piece of news is after we get through the political party LNA, we're going to do the county's logic and accuracy test. And that logic and accuracy test has way more ballots. We have over 20,000 ballots we'll be running through the equipment. And that includes all the contests, not only the ones for which the Secretary of State is the filing officer, but the ones that the county is the filing officer, and the ones that any of our city and towns are the filing officer. So the review of that results report takes a significant amount of time. So we probably have a few hours still ahead of us as we complete these 2 tests. The political party one should go fairly quickly here. So it does look like they've already reviewed the results, the zeros for one of them. And so the Democratic County Chair, Patty O'Neill's feeding her ballots through the tabulator as we speak. And then the chairman will be, his ballots that he voted will be putting through the tabulator here as we speak. Here we go.
I've done this in real life, and I know it takes a little bit of a touch.
It does.
Do you want to confirm the overvoted? You're confident. You knew that you overvoted a contest. So that right now the tabulator is alerting that there's a contest that's overvoted. So it does look like the county chairs decide to see if the tabulators would truly program that if there was a contest overvoted, that it would alert the voter. Exactly what we want them to do, right? To make sure that our equipment's working properly. All right. So it looks like we're going to be done with the vote center tabulators. Now we still have the central count that we need to tabulate. So they're going to go ahead and run the results tally for each of the 2 vote center tabulators that the political party selected. I believe this is the test deck. Yep, the early central count. So that's what we're going to be running next on this machine. And then we'll have to see if the county chairs sent anything to adjudication. So that'll be the next step.
We're gonna go ahead and run the central count.
All right, so we're going to run the central count. You're going to have to put your hand underneath there. So because of the batch header card, when you have a small batch, sometimes it wants to go ahead and pull that next ballot along with it, and it needs to actually rise up and then go back down. When we have full batches, which are usually 200 ballots or approximately 200 ballots in those batches, this isn't an issue. But when you have the small little batches, sometimes you have to put your hand in there to create that gap or that separation. So now we're done with the central count. So we'll have to walk over and take a look at adjudication here in a moment, but we'll let them finish up. I think the team, the ballot tabulation team, one thing that they did in between the 2 elections was they went and replaced all the tally receipt, all that white tape that's being printed, because some of them were running out because the primary election just has so many contests, and it makes that sheet get very, very long. So they had switched it out in between the LNAs. And so what will happen is at the very end, after our last logic and accuracy test of the day, and once, as long as we've passed everything, then we'll have to re-zero out results completely again and zero the results out on these tabulators, so these tabulators can then be readied for their delivery to the voting locations. And at that point in time, they'll get all the other seals that go on them. Right now, because we're having to pull the results cards for the LNA, we're having to change the results tally tape. We don't have all the seals on these like we do here. So eventually this is going to be closed. When it goes out to voting location, there'll be a seal number here, a seal number here, a seal number here. All of those get scanned in and logged. And then the poll workers, before they use this equipment, they're going to be looking at something called the precinct ballot report. And that precinct ballot report will have all those seal numbers on there, and they'll verify that the ones that we affixed here at central count match the ones that are on their tabulator before they open the polls. And if for whatever reason any of those don't match or they're broken, they won't use that tabulator, and they'll ask us to send them a brand new tabulator. So that's one of the ways we maintain the chain of custody on the equipment that's going out to the voting locations. All right, so I think we're going to go and do some electronic adjudication. As I mentioned, this one goes really, really quick. We're going to see what types of things the county chair sent to adjudication.
Drum roll.
Maybe it was a completely blank ballot, overvoted contest, corrected votes, ambiguous marks. We'll see. Oh, it does look like they corrected a vote. So they overvoted one of the contests, right? And then they crossed through. So it was a vote for one. And they filled in 2 ovals, and they crossed through one of the ovals and said no next to it. So that's a corrected vote, or a corrected contest. Oh, another one. Oh, there's a write-in. So this is a overeager voter. We call those where they vote for a candidate that's named on the ballot. And then in the write-in line, they also fill in the write-in oval and then write in that same candidate's name. So because that's a vote for one and there's 2 ovals filled in, that would be, if we didn't send this to electronic adjudication, that would be registered as an overvote, even though it's clear that this voter wanted to vote for that candidate. They not only filled in the oval next to the candidate's name, they filled in another oval and then wrote in the candidate's name. So intent's pretty clear here that they wanted to vote for that candidate. So what they'd be able to do is reject the write-in vote. So then it's no longer an overvote. Now the ballot would stay, the image, we never alter the image, right? The image is what it is. What will happen is the audit mark will be, so that first audit mark that comes through that shows how every ballot was counted when it went through the tabulator, and the tabulation equipment and the date and time, and then the new audit mark of how every contest was voted after it went through electronic adjudication. And that's what keeps the log of any of the changes that they make. So here was some ambiguous marks. So they didn't fill in the entire oval. They just did like a slash through the ovals, which doesn't fill in a sufficient amount for the system to automatically count it as a vote. It highlights it as an ambiguous mark and then asks the adjudication board to take a look to confirm whether it should be counted or not. And again, the reason why is sometimes voters will be thinking of who they want to vote for, and they'll maybe set their pen down and they do like a pen rest or a pen mark, and it's not truly a vote. And so we want those then human electronic adjudication boards to see, is there a consistent voting pattern? Can they determine what voter intent is? County chairs were trying to be tricky as they filled out their ballots. Okay, that was it. That was all that went to adjudication. All right, so we'll be preparing the results. We'll take a little bit, even though there's only a few votes that were cast. They still have to generate the results for the entire ballot, so every contest on the ballot. And then we'll be able to review those over here, which this one will go much quicker. And then we'll have to take a pause. Well, after, so assuming everything's accurate and matches their hand count results, then we'll take a pause as we reset everything back to 0 to start our county LNA tests. So everyone will be able to take a short break if they want to grab a snack for lunch, need a bio break, any of those types of things for us to come back and then do the county test, which is probably the one that will take the longest because there's just over 20,000 ballots and it's every contest on the ballot. Mm-hmm. Oh, we're doing really good. Before, well, we'll keep my fingers crossed that we print these results. They match what you guys counted from your hand count, and hopefully we're done before noon with 2 of our tests. Hmm.
We can do it right there.
We can do it.
All right.
Okay, so they're unsealing the results. This is the results from the hand count. And now they're going to compare them against the results that actually were reported. And we were able to keep it to just the contest that they ended up marking. So that's what's going to make this go really quick.
Governor, Andy gets 11. 0, 0, 0, for everybody else, for a total of 11. With one undervote.
Correct.
All right, Secretary of State, we have, Claudine with 11, 0, 0 for everybody else, for a total of 11, with one undervote. Attorney General, Rodney Glassman, 7, Warren Peterson, 3, write-in 0, for a total of 10 with one undervote and one overvote. And then treasurer, we have, Catherine 0, Elijah 11, write-in 0, total for 11, but we have one undervote. So then we have, 8 case jobs, 1 write-in, total of 9, 2 undervotes, 1 overvote. Then secretary, we have 9 for pluses, 0 write-ins, 9 total, 1 undervote, 2 overvote. Attorney General, we have 10 for May, 0 write-ins, total 10, 2 undervote, 0 overvote. Treasurer, we have 10 for Missouri, no write-ins, total 1 undervote, 1 overvote, or total 10. And then libertarian, it's all zeros. So we can make that really. All right.
Okay. So does everyone agree the results from the election management system match the results from the hand count? Okay, so we have yes, if we can get both you all to sign both forms, and we've successfully passed our political party logic and accuracy test. So now 2 for 2, we've got one more, and this is the big long one with over 20,000 ballots. We got a re-zero. And so once that'll take a little bit of time to re-zero, get everything ready. So probably maybe 30 minutes or so before we're back here. Well, do you all want lunch?
Well, yeah, but we could do a half hour. Yeah.
Half hour for lunch. We'll re-zero.
I didn't bring anything, so I got to go somewhere.
So maybe should we come back? How about 45 minutes? Let's do 45 minutes-ish. We'll be back, and then we should be ready to go. All right. Thank you all, and we'll see you soon.
clicking the wrong button.
All right, well, welcome back to, this is our final logic and accuracy test of the day. It's the county logic and accuracy test. So far we're 2 for 2 with passing results. This morning, starting promptly, or maybe a few minutes after 9 a.m., we had the Secretary of State logic and accuracy test, which we passed. And then we had, right around the lunch hour, we had the political party logic and accuracy test. And so we're on to the final test of the day. And you can see all those ballots behind me being wheeled out. So we'll have over 20,000 ballots that we will have to run through all of our tabulation equipment. This will include not only our central county equipment, but our vote center equipment as well. And the reason we have so many is we have to make sure that we test every single candidate that's named on the ballot, and the write-in candidates. We have to test a vote for those to see that it's going to accurately tabulate. And then we need to make sure that those are crossed all the different precinct splits and all those different situations. So very similar to what we did for the prior 2 LNAs. We will verify zeros so that we backed everything out, so there's no results currently on the equipment or in the election management server for this logic and accuracy test. After we finish doing the zero reports, then we'll start running the ballots, and then, which may take about 45 minutes to an hour just to run the ballots themselves. And then we'll have to do adjudication. And then after we do adjudication, then we'll review the results report. And then this will be the longest results report review of the entire day. Because again, it's every single candidate and every single contest that's on the ballot. So that will take some time. So I expect a couple hours here this afternoon, and then we should be wrapped up. Again, keep my fingers crossed for a successful logic and accuracy test. So with that, well, I think anyone who's tuning in now that didn't tune in earlier, I'll provide you a little bit of background information. So this is for the primary election. The different tabulators that we'll be testing are our central county equipment. We've already printed ballots when we did our first initial, so we had to create a baseline result to be able to conduct this logic and accuracy test. So last Friday we went through and tabulated all the ballots and we got that baseline result. And so that's what we'll be looking to match today when the political parties are here. And at that point in time we had printed ballots from the accessible voting devices. Again, those accessible voting devices are the equipment that a voter can use to vote their ballot autonomously if they have a disability. So it gives them a variety of ways to be able to complete their ballot. One is just touching the screen, making the text much larger, changing the contrast, whether it's black text on a white background or white text on a black background, or the colored text that we have. It's like the grayish hue contrast. And then they can use an AT audio tactical device, looks like a remote control that a video game would have, or they can use a sit puff device, all of those different things that can use the accessible voting device. We're also going to be testing our vote center tabulators. Now, this is vote center tabulators. We've got 8 here, and that is for 2 voting locations. It's because we will be sending out 4 tabulators to all of our voting locations, 2 that are election day tabulators, so those are for voters to be able to tabulate their ballots on election day. Check in, get an election day ballot issued to them, and tabulate their ballots on site. The other 4 tabulators are early voting tabulators. They're also used on election day, but they are to tabulate a mail-in ballot or an early ballot. So this is a brand new law that's available for voters this election cycle. And it allows them during the early voting period, they can check in, have their ID verified, they'll stamp that affidavit envelope, and then they'll put that ballot in a drop box. And then that ballot will skip signature verification because it's still in the affidavit envelope. And there's no on-site tabulation during the early voting or emergency voting period. Now, come election day, those same voters, they can actually check in, and then have their ballot tabulated. So that would require them, still that affidavit envelope has to show identification, just like any election day voters would. Check in and then have that affidavit envelope. There's going to be a stamp that they'll use, and they'll stamp that affidavit envelope, ID verified, and then they'll go over to a poll worker that's going to be manning the early voting tabulators, and the poll worker will slice open that affidavit envelope, they'll pat it down, make sure that the ballot falls to the bottom of the envelope, then slice open that affidavit envelope, hand the affidavit back to the voter, and the voter can then remove their ballot from that affidavit envelope and then walk to the tabulator and insert it in. And these tabulators will be programmed to accept those early mail-in ballots. So it's going to be an awesome new option for voters to be able to participate if they want to on Election Day. Now, voters still have the option to drop it off, not check in and drop off the early ballot. Law still allows for that in Arizona. This is just a new option. It could help us speed up results, possibly. It for sure will help that voter's ballot be included in results a little bit faster, because it no longer has to go to signature verification. And then on Election Day, right, it won't have to go signature verification, ballot processing, then tabulated at central count. It's already in the results and will be posted at the end of the night and into the evening and early hours of the next day, depending on how long it takes everything to get back on election night. So it should help with results somewhat. All right, so that's the equipment that we'll be testing. I'm going to go ahead. There's a lot of zeros that they have to review. That's going to take some time. So we're going to actually kick off some elevator music for you. And you can sort of watch what's happening. And then once some interesting things start back up, I'll come back and explain what's going on. So thank you all. I'll see you in just a couple minutes. So welcome back, at least from the elevator music. So we just finished confirming the zeros on all of our vote center tabulators. So the county chair signed off on those. And so each of our team members are voting some accessible voting device ballots that will be included in then our results that we're going to be tabulating. So that's what's going on next. We do have a couple, so we have 22 cities and or towns that are on the ballot for this upcoming primary election. And we do have representatives from the town of Fountain Hills as well as the city of Surprise that have joined us. So they're city clerks or deputy city clerks to watch and observe the logic and accuracy test as well. So the big news though is we are about to start with our central tabulation running of the ballots, and then also our vote center tabulators. We'll get those started here momentarily, and that will probably take us half an hour to 45 minutes to run all the ballots on our central CAD equipment. Once we have them all, and then we'll be able to go over and adjudicate in all the different, we test a lot of different scenarios. And then there's a few other things that we'll do. One is we do some error handling type decks. So we'll try to run a ballot through our central CAD equipment with red ink, right? Because our central CAD equipment doesn't read red ink. So if a voter were to use a red pen on their ballot, when it goes through our bipartisan processing boards, so those are those individuals that remove the ballot from the affidavit envelope, they identify if anyone used like a highlighter or red ink, because our tabulation equipment wouldn't necessarily be able to read that, for sure not red ink. Depending on the color highlighter, maybe or maybe not, it might be able to be read by the tabulator. So they identify all of those, and they have to send those to a duplication process. We'll test a ballot with red ink to make sure that it's being read as a blank ballot. So that we'll also test a ballot that's like taped together or sticky, because sometimes when voters return their ballots to the mail, there could be some gunk on them. And so make sure that it operates with a misfeed ballot. And we'll also test to make sure that, see if there's a tear in the timing mark or a smudge in the timing mark, to see that the tabulator won't end up reading that. So those are a few of the different items that we'll be testing. And then we'll also do something very similar. Oh, and then we'll test a prior election ballot, right, to make sure that our tabulation equipment won't accept a prior election ballot. And we'll do all the same stuff over here on our vote center tabulators. The one addition, so we will test overvotes. We will test completely blank ballots on our vote center tabulators, and then we'll try to insert a election day ballot in our early voting tabulators, and it should reject it. And then we'll try to insert a early voting ballot into our election day tabulators, and that should reject it as well, right? Because we don't want those tabulators to be able to accept those. We only want election day and election day tabulators, and early ballots and early ballot tabulators. So it does look like folks are wrapping up voting their accessible voting device ballots. So that means that we're about to get started with our central count. And so I'm going to go ahead and leave you back to your elevator music for a short little while. I will make sure to bring you in as soon as we start doing that error handling deck. I really want to show you all the examples of when those types of ballots run through our tabulators, what happens. So that'll be here in a few minutes. All right, thank you. test deck. And so there's a few scenarios that we want to verify. So one would be, and this one right here is, okay, an overvoted ballot. So sometimes this is where a voter, it's a vote for one, and they fill in 2 ovals. So we want to make sure that this is going to recognize it as an overvote, and it's going to alert the voter which contest that was triggering an overvoted contest. And in a voting location, the poll worker would let the voter look at this and then touch the arrows to look and to verify. And then they could return the ballot and say, I don't think I overvoted that. And they can look and say, nope, I truly did overvote that. And at this point in time, the voter would have an option, a couple options actually. They could go and actually cross through if they want to show us their voter intent and then put it in door number 3 or number 4 for our black box tabulators. And then it'll come to central count to be tabulated and adjudicated. They could spoil the ballot and go check in again. And at that point in time, they'd get a new ballot and then have to vote everything completely. Or they can say, you know what? I really couldn't decide and I wanted to vote for both of those candidates. So I'm just going to cast it and leave it as is. And so that's what we're going to demonstrate. Oh, you already took it out. All right, the next item is a completely blank ballot. Believe it or not, there are sometimes voters will go to a voting location, check in, and choose not to vote for any contest, and they'll submit a blank ballot. They return them through the mail sometimes. But maybe more common than not would be a voter used red ink, right, or circled ovals. So this is showing that there's no marks within the target area or the ovals. So it's letting them know it's a blank ballot. So again, you can return it, and then the voter would be able to confirm, nope, yep, I didn't mark any of the ovals, or they could cast it and say, yep, I intended to cast a blank ballot.
Provisional ballot.
So we program all of our equipment for these ones. These are our mail-in, our early ballot tabulators, to only accept early ballots. It will not accept a provisional ballot. So if it will reject it, Christine was nervous there for a second. But yeah, so it should not accept. And then this is an election day ballot. This should only accept early ballots, not election day ballots. And then the next one is this a prior election ballot?
This is a prior election. This is the May election, the most recent election.
So Tempe, Guadalupe, and Goldfield Ranch were having elections in May. So if one of those voters decided to bring in their May ballot and try to insert it into a tabulator, it should reject, and it did reject. So a successful quality assurance test deck, right, that we did. Now we got to do the same thing on one of our election day tabulators. So everything is exact, except for these ones, we're attempting to insert a early ballot into the tabulator. So this is what that is, and it should reject. Yep, it did reject. I was a little nervous there for a second. And the reason that's so valuable is we have to do post-election day reconciliations to the number of voters that checked in, to the number of voters that cast a ballot, and they should match perfectly, those reconciliations. And that's why we have different tabulators programmed for different items. Again, provisional should reject.
Kind of going in reverse order.
Okay.
Then this is a wrong election ballot. So this is one all the way from the 2024 primary election. So we held on to the ballot a long time and walked into a voting location with it.
So a 2024 primary election ballot, and it was rejected, as it should.
And then overvote.
Now an overvoted ballot. So this is a Fed-only ballot. It did alert that the U.S. rep was overvoted, and they could either return it or cast it. This voter decided to return it. And here's a completely blank ballot. And it should alert the voter and the poll worker that it's a completely blank, and then they're returning. So our equipment was programmed successfully. to do all those same things that we would expect them to do. Now, we do have some quality assurance testing on our central count. Yes, and so we'll be coming back to show that here in a few minutes after one of the central count tabulators is available for us to run those tests on. All right, we'll go ahead and go to elevator music for the time being. Okay, so we're about wrapping up our central count, running the ballots for our central count equipment. And so since this machine is finishing first, this is where we're going to do the quality assurance test deck for our central count equipment. So it'll just take a few more moments, have to do some logs, but once he's done, we'll start with quality assurance and we'll walk you through. And it is different than what we did with our vote center tabulators. There's a few different items that we test at central count. So just give us a moment, and then we'll go ahead and get started with the quality assurance test on our high pros.
It's stealing. You can
Far
have
away.
it. It is my gift to you.
Oh, thank you.
Let me get out of your way.
All right. So if everyone wants to gather around, these are slightly different than the ones that we test for our vote center tabulators. So very similar to with the vote centers, which were blank, our equipment doesn't read red ink, right? Because we have to fill out logs at various different places within our central count facilities. And so if we were to drop a red pen, we wouldn't want that inadvertent mark to affect results. So we verify that a red pen ballot is going to come across as a blank ballot.
Nothing will happen over here. It'll just tabulate fine.
But when we adjudicate, we'll see, and she's written on there, red pen in a black pen, so we can actually see it in adjudication and see that there was no marks coming through.
Next one has damage in the timing marks. So if you damage the timing marks, then you accept the ballot. So don't rip or draw. Some people like to play connect the dots. Don't do that. You're just ruining your ballot. This ballot would have to go to duplication for the voters vote to be included in the count.
So this will not be accepted by the equipment. So there'll be an error code that populates. See, an error code. And so this would then have to go to, it'd have to go to duplication. So then our bipartisan duplication board would duplicate it onto the exact type of ballot. That ballot then wouldn't have damage in its timing marks.
This will not be counted either. So we program our equipment to only accept ballots from a current election.
So this is similar to the prior election ballots on our vote center tabulators. It should be rejected. What election?
This is the wrong election ballot saying I don't know what to do with this.
What election is this?
Tempe election.
Oh, another Tempe election one.
All right. And then this is a ballot that I've taped together. So it's actually 2 ballots.
So sometimes when things come back from voters, there might be syrup or other sticky things on them. And then as they're sitting in batches, they stick to other ballots. And so this will be a demonstration. It should kick out the back of the machine.
Back. And then it's telling me that no ballots have been accepted, and it doesn't know why. And then I hit OK on that. It's going to tell me that the reason why is there's a double. So I need to check the back of the tabulator, which is nice. That it tells me. That's an improvement from last time. It didn't used to tell you to check the back. It just told you, there's an error, I don't know what to do. And the ballot.
So the normal process here would be to separate it, right, and then reinsert it in the stack to have then it fed in. If at that point in time it continues to error out, we could reject the entire batch, run it on a different tabulator, or potentially send that ballot to duplication for whatever reason it's not allowing it to run. So this is the quality assurance. This will result in an extra ballot being in our results because the blank ballot, the undervoted contest, the red pen test ballot did go to results. So,
That's in our baseline results.
yeah.
So, just fine. All right. I everybody is done counting, so I'll take one representative from each party.
So now the political parties and observers are going to get numbers on all of our equipment to make sure, and this is very similar to what we would do in a shift of tabulation. The political parties come and they verify numbers before we start counting each day. If we take a break at any point in time, they'll verify numbers, and then at the very end of the day, they'll verify numbers again. So they're going to do that while we start to import those ballots into adjudication. So that will be our next stop, is the adjudication system. So I'm going to walk over to adjudication slowly.
Oh, yes. And then I'll be gone for 2 weeks, I won't be back till Friday. 2 weeks, 3 weeks. Yeah. I am ready if you are. Let's.
Okay, so we have started adjudicating, so that's what you can see, the ballots that are populating, or the images of the ballots that are populating on the screens. So they'll go through and determine, are there truly overvoted ballots, are there truly blank ballots, are there ambiguous marks that they need to actually award as a vote, are there corrected votes on the ballots, all of those types of things that they'll go through and make decisions about as they adjudicate these ballots.
Yeah, he overvoted all three of them. No correction marks. Overvoted it too. I agree. Just a very enthusiastic voter. Trying to keep registered. Same is true to that one. Is it blank in the back? No. It is. I think they have more confidence in us now. Only that one.
The exciting red pen ballot.
The long anticipated red pen. Remember how we said that red wouldn't show? Look, it doesn't show up.
So we had to write in black ink, red pen up here. That's the only way we know that this is a red pen ballot because all the ovals are blank. So if someone were to use a red pen, vote it, right, in our ballot processing room where they separate the ballots from the affidavit envelopes, they would identify it there. Also, if they use yellow highlighter to vote their ballots and other types of things, they'd identify those situations there and send them directly to duplication, to be duplicated on using black ink. Now, if it were inadvertently, right, because we were filling out a log and we dropped that pen, and it was a red pen, it wouldn't matter because it wouldn't show on the ballot.
All right, you guys can go ahead and accept it. Yeah, and then that's the last ballot, so you can go back to the election on that page.
And we're done.
And we're done. All right, so we're gonna do some math while we're waiting for results. Good job.
Okay, so the next step is, here, let's get out of the way. The observers are going to, and the political party chairs, we're going to try to make this go a little bit quicker, and so we're going to break the results report up into threes. And I think the city and town clerks are going to be focused on looking at the city and town contests. And then the Republicans are going to look, and the Democrats are going to look at the partisan ballots.
All right, and then one representative from the Republican Party. I'm counting.
Yeah, so why we do this long review of the report, we're going to go back to elevator music, and then once we're finished, I'll come back and join you and wrap things up. Again, hopefully everything will match, and we'll be able to call it a early afternoon. But I'll be back here shortly. Oh, but it's attached
Just
to
the
this.
back of their,
Okay, so we are about to wrap up with reviewing the results. I think we're on the last couple pages. And then we'll be able to ask each of the representatives. So we have some city and town representatives that reviewed their sections of the results. The Republicans are reviewing theirs.
congratulations, guys, we passed the LNA.
So we've passed. So I guess, well, we had our tabulation manager earlier saying, did you guess before 3 o'clock that we'd finish? And I was like, you can't count your chickens before they hatch, right? So, but I guess it was a good omen. So, well, thank you all for coming in. So a few years ago, I was in here just sort of out of jest said, we're going to be out of here at 1 a.m. in the morning for our logic and accuracy test. And it took all the way till 1 a.m. in the morning for us to finish. So I've been admonished from, so I did come in and I said mid-afternoon. So
We don't like to let him guess.
no, I'm not allowed to guess. Because usually if I say it in the BTC, it comes true. Yeah. So I can't be anywhere in proximity to the ballot tabulation center and give an estimate of what I'm suggesting. But all right, well, thank you all for tuning in for our 3 logic and accuracy tests today. We have successfully completed those, and so that is a wrap for our logic and accuracy tests. Thank you all.